Hey! Alright. I'm here. Ooh. Yeah, this is a problem I'm having today. Um, really need to get my bangs cut. That would be really nice. I'd really like to do that. I don't know what to do with it. The only option at this point is to just do this. I don't like how my hair looks when I do this. So, that means yeah, but it's not my style, you know? Like, I got my hair like this. It looks like a different person, kinda. You know? Like, it's just not like, it's not my look. It's not the way I wanna look. You know, I would fix that, though, actually. That I forgot to do when I was taking um, my Twitter selfie, and I forgot to do until now. Ugh. There's a lot of this stuff, you know? Oh. You know, my dad is bald. Very, very bald. Um, I actually do not know if he is currently. It's Glacier Freeze. And it is literally frozen. Isn't that great? It was in the freezer. Yeah, of course it's so cold. It's frozen. Yeah, it will melt. The best use of Gatorade, really, is is as slushies. They are really really good as slushies. And all you have to do is put them in the freezer and take them out and just wait a bit, you know? So I love what the past couple weeks I did that once and I was like, "Whew, this has got to be like a." I did that once on stream and I was like, "It's just got to be what I drink on stream then." And then I put it in a ponytail and then I just do this. And over here, I do this. I also might order food during this stream. We'll see if like people come in because this stream is not even really started yet. I've just been I've just been messing with my hair for 10 minutes, haven't I? Talking about Gatorade, Um, you know, my health for like 4, yeah, I know, but you know, um, ooh, I see bubbles. There's bubbles in this, but like very very small ones under the ice. Ooh, you can push it in just a little bit down here. It's real fun. Oh no. This is gonna be a trick. I'm convinced everything in this game is a trick. That's my birthday! Right there. That's pretty cool. The time is 5:26. It's pretty good. I don't trust anything about this game. I don't even trust that. Oh, this doesn't look too good. No, you're wrong. It's not. You know, I've been complaining about the low viewership so much lately, but I'm taking a new approach with it. This is not alcohol. Whenever I drink Spreckers, I have to be like, this is not a beer. This is a Spreckers rip. And they headphones. You know, I do have headphones. They're right here, and they don't work. They do not work, and I have been meaning to try to get them to work. Root beer, yeah. It's called root beer. So I don't know if that's a regional thing. I know Spreckers is a regional thing. It's based in Milwaukee. Root beer. Oh, you betcha. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't ready.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Yeah, so so there are a select few number of things that I know about this game, right? Because I have, I think, briefly seen someone play part of it, but it was years ago, you know, like it was years ago. It was a very long time ago. And all I know is that there is this narrator, and he says what you do, right? And then you don't have to do it though, right? And that's all I know. And that might not even be accurate, but I know there's something like that. I know there's lots of tricks and weird little mind games going on with this. There's little mind games happening. Right? So, you know, I will clarify, you know how my health hasn't been the greatest lately? It's been better the past few days, but it's actually been really good today. I think today has been the best day I've had in weeks, maybe. But I'm still a little, like, let's just say woozy, you know? I'm still a little, like, it feels like I'm a little inebriated, I guess you could say. And drinking the root beer doesn't help because it looks like a regular old beer. So I can move. Is that a Garfield cup? The mouse sensitivity is so high.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, the narrator is responding to what I'm doing. I think Marcy's... Oh, I can't jump! God, Superliminal had the same thing. Where you control with the mouse and WASD and you look around and everything, but you can't jump. You know, I love the Legend of Zelda games, right? That's one thing about them though, right? Is you can't jump. You can jump in Breath of the Wild, but that's the first one you can jump in. And I really want to be able to jump right now, because when I'm playing games like this, I tend to spam spacebar. Like a lot. Oh. And I just jump all over the place, you know? Well, she's gone now. She left. She wanted out. I see. Oh, I don't know. There's that I Hate Mondays cup again. What if I look in? Oh, that's kind of wacky. Why did March come after June? That's interesting.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, that's another thing I know about this game, right? Is it's branching paths and you can go back through and do other stuff. And I assume we're going to be playing this more than once, right? Am I right about that? That's what I thought was going to happen in Superliminal, and it didn't. There was nothing like that in Superliminal. So, I'm gonna do the left one first.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Standalone graphs. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Yeah, I think, they want him to come out of the closet. You get it? I get it. I think that's quite funny. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. What does that mean? That sounds... What? Okay, I'm just enjoying looking at these. This box is too small. You know what this reminds me of? Murder Drones has a lot of stuff in the backgrounds that looks a lot like this. That's like you have to pause and read it, and it's like a lot. It's like this style of thing in Murder Drones a lot. I mean, there's that kind of thing in Intonation Cube too, but it's not quite like this sense of humor, I guess. But yeah, there is that stuff in Intonation Cube, because like there's some parts where you, like, there's just a shot of like a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of papers, you know, and you pause and it's so small and you can read all the papers, and some of them are funny and some of them are like deep lore, you know, and like, yeah, it's full of stuff like this. Man, I'm really taking my time with this. I need more friends that watch Murder Drones. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to the teenage demographic. We need more, less reviews. But I think that's a stupid idea. Firing of me? Greg, am I gonna be coming back in this room? Because I'm getting real impatient. I'm like, I don't know if I wanna just keep on reading all these. Because there's so many corporate buzzwords, which is also a Murder Drones reference. That's also a corporate buzzwords are a reference to Murder Drones episode 1, the pilot. There's a character that says a lot of corporate buzzwords. So there you go. This is so connected. It's great. The stock market is somewhere there. Stripes. Gotta love Stripes. You all know I love Stripes. I'm all about that. This came way before Murder Drones. Like 4 years, probably. No, wait. When did this come out? Murder Drones is wild because at the moment, all 3 episodes have come out in different years. Every episode of Murder Drones has come out on a different calendar year. Oh, so it's like 8 years older then. I thought it was like a 2017 or 2018 year.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We're gonna do what he says first. Executive bathroom.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I like
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Stanley doesn't know that, so guess we're just waiting. How is he supposed to know how to get in there?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was
I mean, what are
2845.
we supposed to do? We don't know the combination, right?
2845.
Stanley doesn't know.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, now this looks like Superliminal. This is spooky. You know, Superliminal had a very long...
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
My guess is that it's the weekend. Like, he came in on a Saturday. And that's what the dark secret is.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
What?
Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, there's a lot of endings, huh?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
There's probably something that happens if you wait there too, I would think, right?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Ha! It's just like how it is in real life, am I right? Yeah. Oh man, corporate America. Corporate world. It's just something else. Haha! That's the Ellers commentary for the day.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Man, he's really, sticking it to the man, as they used to say. That's how they used to put it, right? In, like, my grandparents' time, I think that was the expression, you know? People don't still say that, do they? here's the thing, right? This game is a lot of dialogue. Yeah. I mean, the idea is alive, but saying that is very 60s, 70s kind of. Oh, what? Oh, liquid came out from. Oh, there's liquid. Oh, this is incredible. I'm gonna open it now. God, you know, someone would pay to see me make that face, I bet. You know, I should drink that more often, take a picture, and put it on OnlyFans. It was like the face someone makes when they are being sexed. You know? It's that kind of face. Like, I can't do it because it was like organic when I did it with the Gatorade. And I can't recreate it. But it was very like, I don't want to try to do it again. I think I just gotta drink this Gatorade for the first time in a while and be ready to snap a picture, you know? And then I can put it on OnlyFans and like people will tip me and I'll get a bunch of money. Someone would touch themselves to that picture, I think. Probably. You know, I'm not gonna get into that on Twitch, but I gotta wonder how many times that's happened to me. Easily hundreds. Easily hundreds of times. I feel a little more comfortable saying that because...
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Well, I'm doing what he tells me to. Okay. Audio. Narrator volume. Because I gotta have people telling me how... I gotta have people telling me how loud the game is in relation to me so that I can talk over the game. It's very important. Very important.
And a rising chill of uncertainty.
Might be too quiet now. Hold on. He's too quiet now. I can't do that.
This is the story. Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Yeah, but I did
was
everything the
moments
narrator
away.
said.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
What are they trying
Stanley
to say
stepped
here?
through the open door.
What are they trying to say? So I'm doing everything he says first. What are they trying to say that I'm doing everything he
Stanley
says?
felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the
I have a
new
plan for how to do
before
this,
him.
by the way.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Cool. So it's kind of fun. That's an interesting story in itself, right? That's an interesting story in itself. We did what we were told for the most part, except for the inputting the thing, right? And what? What did we get out of that, right? God, you know, I don't know how to explain how I feel right now, but you can probably tell I feel like super like inebriated, you know. I don't know what on, you know, but I feel like I did like some kind of drug. But it's not in a bad way. I'm just kind of I might just feel more like I don't know. Oh, you know what? My brain does just so many different random things that I could never hope to imagine why, you know? But this is so much better than the other things it's been doing lately, right? I can handle this. That was the face were you looking at that time? Gotta take a picture. Well, I have a picture, right? Cause yeah. Did you see it that time? I have the VOD, right? So I can go back. And I can you know, I can I don't know. I can take a screenshot from the stream and I can put it on OnlyFans. Better yet, I can put it on Twitter and then say like, shut up. You know, yeah, no, but I do hear it. I'm definitely doing like it's weird, like the situations where this accent comes out. You know, it's not usually this strong, and I'm sure I can do like a general American accent right now. You know, I'm sure I could do like a, you know, like the typical one that the national newscasters use and all that, you know. But yeah, I don't know. When I feel certain ways, the heckin' accent comes out, which is funny because it's not even really the accent where I'm from. It's the accent like 100 miles north of where I'm from. I don't know. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I can like people ask me like, "Are you from up north?" And I'm like, "No, I'm from here." And they're like, "You sound like you're from up north." Ooh, I can push in now on the Gatorade. It's gonna be like a slushie. This stream is gonna take forever, right? Because you told me it would be one stream to do like the main game, and I've done one ending so far. The viewer count just shot up so much, and it was because I was talking about the you know, we just know it was because of the heckin' ahegao face I accidentally made. It wasn't ahegao though, because my tongue wasn't out. Yeah, my tongue wasn't out, right? It was the same energy though, and it looked the same. And I have so much blush on today because I'm doing the e-girl thing, you know? So... I didn't do it that time. Yeah, good. My thinking, right, is I'm gonna put it, what was I saying? I'm gonna go into the VOD, and I'm going to, take a screenshot, and I'm gonna put that on Twitter, with the caption, "This is what we get up to on my stream." And be like, hey, you should watch.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
See, now I want to watch, Murder Drones. I have a plan, by the way, for how to do a bunch of endings.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Everything up to, you'll see my plan.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
I already did all the
Feeling a wave of
sightseeing.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm gonna do mostly
Stepping
the same
into his
thing.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I don't know
What
the
could it
number.
mean? Stanley wondered
You wanna
aloud.
find out the number
to
they're gonna
nobody.
tell me?
He began wildly
know?
tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling
Oh,
books
yeah,
off
for
the
sure.
shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
Not even what I sound
But
like
his
most of
attention
the
was
time.
caught by a keypad
It's an
behind the
exaggeration
boss's
of my
desk.
normal voice.
What could its purpose be?
But
In
I'm
fact,
just feeling,
this
I'm
keypad
feeling,
guarded the terrible secret
feeling a
that
certain
lay
way.
buried
I
below his
figure
feet.
this is how
And
I
so
would
the
sound
boss
if
had
I
assigned
got
it an
drunk.
extra secret
But
pin
I
number.
don't get drunk, 'cause I probably
2-8-4-5.
should.
But of
2,
course, Stanley
2,
couldn't possibly have known
8,
this.
4, 5.
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to enter the correct code by sheer luck.
Whoa!
He stepped into the
Well,
newly
you'd
opened
say
passageway.
what is accurate. See, here's the thing. Is like, you know, I said like no one around here sounds like that. But if I think about it, like I'm pretty sure my mom sounds like that, you know? And she's from like you know, the same city. We're both from here. And like I think one of my uncles, like I think about his voice and I'm like, yeah, he's kinda got that accent a little bit. So I don't know. You think this is what I'd sound like drunk? Yeah. You know what this sounds like? This is exactly the voice I used for Buddy in Buddy Sim. When we played Buddy Simulator, I did, you know, this is how I sounded for Buddy Sim. And that was the voice I used for him. And it was very funny. And I did it with like every line of dialogue that he said, and now I'm just doing it. I'm not doing it to that extent.
The lights rose on an
did
enormous
the real,
room packed
like,
with television screens.
intonation
What
like
horrible
this,
secret
too,
did this
you know?
place hold?
And,
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to
And
find out?
that was a little more, even more extreme than this when I did the Buddy.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature revealed.
Employee
Each bore
fired.
the number of an employee
Some
in the
of them are
building.
fired.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to
I
images
don't
on a
remember
screen.
which one
And
Stanley
one of
is.
them, eternally haunted in this place where freedom and
Oh, I have an idea. What if I'm the one mind controlling Stanley? Right? Cause I'm literally controlling him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the game, that's what the game is doing, or, yeah, I mean, it's gotta be, right? But the narrator is telling him what to do. Maybe both are
This
true.
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's
the
control
mind
all this time? Was this the only reason he was
No.
happy with his board?
Maybe I'm the reason that he suddenly doesn't have to follow orders. Maybe I'm the reason that, like, he's woken up today. Because today is different. And the difference today is that I'm
his
in control.
emotions have been manipulated to accept it blindly.
That's my theory.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Ellers
His
take.
own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was
we're not even there
the
yet.
heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
I'll look around
happy
here. I
or
noticed
sad
there's a button
or
over here.
content.
I'll push
Walking,
that later.
Eating, working, all of it monitored and
I'll come
commanded
back and
from
push
this
that.
very
I think
place.
you can push
And
it.
as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
I don't know, it
would
looks like you can
dismantle the
push it.
controls once and for all.
I might make a trip on this route again, just push, see if I can do anything in that room.
Just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you want? Control? Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators...
Nuclear? That's a little extreme, isn't it?
How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story
this is
now.
gonna be my
Share
run
it to your
where I
heart's
let
desires.
the timer run
This
out.
is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Yeah, we're just gonna...
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Okay.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
I'll do it again and I'll try to stop it.
I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds. Time doesn't grow on trees.
So I wonder how long it actually
What's
is.
the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe
not
this
even
big
doing
red
that. I
button,
gave up.
or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why do you think that, Stanley?
Lots of
That this
dialogue.
video game can be beaten? One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Laughter!
You're in
Nice!
for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to the end. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene, because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made hungry. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You want
I
to
don't
control this
believe
world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left. 30 seconds until a big
Alright. Yeah, I know he doesn't know that.
or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count.
Sorry I'm not
It's
talking.
all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable
Oh, that's
life
cheeky.
from the
Oh,
moment
I don't like that.
until the moment I say.
Cool. 2 endings. You know, I think just moments
All
ago,
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I lost
Stanley
it.
decided to go to the
Just
meeting.
a little
Perhaps
bit
he had
more.
simply missed a memo.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, when I have bad mental illness,
When Stanley
It
came to a
doesn't
set
have
of
to
2 open
be-
doors, he entered the door on his left.
bad. It can just be really,
Yet there was not a
doesn't have to
single
be
person here either.
right?
Feeling
Lately
a wave
it's been
of disbelief,
painful.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a
but-
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Right now, it's just kinda... Oh, it's kind of fun. You
The
know?
moment he entered his manager's office,
relaxed,
Stanley
and
froze
I'm
in his tracks. Not
just
a
a
living
little
soul
out of it.
anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope
So is
for
there
Stanley's
probably an
future?
achievement for if
Alas,
you
it
wait
was
here
not.
for an hour?
For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of
he
Stanley's
said,
past, it
"Wait
had
here
been
for an
assigned
hour."
a 4-digit
I'm not gonna
code
do
so
that,
devious
obviously,
and so
but,
random
you know, maybe.
that no man could ever hope
I
to
can't
guess
wait
it.
to go back
28
to the VOD.
45.
2845.
Statistically,
I can't wait
nearly
to go back to
impossible
the
to
VOD
guess blindly
and
ever.
see that heckin' face I
By
made.
simply pushing random
That would be
buttons,
so funny.
Stanley could remember the correct code.
You know,
Easy. He
Yeah, I
stepped
heard
into
about
the
that.
newly opened passageway.
someone told me about that. Yeah, I guess I'll have to get that in the 30s sometime. The heckin' 30s. What do you think the 30s will be like? The 2030s? I'm sure it'll be wild times. Well, but that's assuming I don't come back to it in like 2 years, you know? Which I...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. room
feeling
packed
right
with
now. I'm
television
just gonna
screens.
relax,
What
right?
horrible secret did this
just
place
talk
hold?
and hang out,
Stanley
and it'll
thought
be
to
fine.
himself.
Hopefully
Did he
some more
have the
people come
strength
in the chat
to find out?
eventually. We can just have some fun time. It really probably seems like I'm drunk right now. I mean, that's gotta be what this sounds like, right? Like, I don't know. I don't drink, but I assume this is what it's like. You know, the way I feel right now.
Now the monitors
This feels
jumped
about
off,
right.
their true nature revealed. Each bore the
I
number
just
of an
feel
employee
weird
in the
ways
building.
all the time for no
Stanley's
apparent reason.
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a
But
screen.
you know, it's okay. I'm not even worried about it. Worse stuff happens to me all the time. Way worse stuff happens to me, so I'm not too concerned about
This mind control facility,
this specific
it was too
thing,
horrible
'cause, like,
to believe it couldn't be true.
oh, you know,
Had
so
Stanley
much,
really
so
been
much,
under someone's
much
control
worse
all
stuff
this
happens.
time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his
Really,
emotions
you know,
had
my
been
only real
manipulated
problem
to
right now
accept
is
it
that,
blindly?
first of all, I feel bad talking over the narrator, because I am a streamer, right? And I'm supposed to be doing an entertaining product, and I feel like I'm not very entertaining right now.
He refused
But the
to
narrator
believe it.
is
He
pretty
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
So now I'm
Was it even
gonna
possible?
see
Had he truly spent his
if I
entire
do
life
push a bunch
utterly
of buttons
blind
really and
to
do
the
a bunch
world?
of crazy stuff.
But here was the
Let's see what
heart
happens
of
if
the
I...
operation. Controls
Actually, I have a
labeled
better
with
idea.
emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery
Console
would
disabled.
never again exert its
So I can't
terrible
use that
power
until
over
after I
another
push the
human
button.
life.
What was I
For
talking
he
about, though? Yeah,
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Man, he's gonna get so mad at me again, and they're gonna set off a nuclear bomb again.
Just activate the controls, did you?
Yeah, I
After they kept
did.
you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
No, it's not what I wanted. I didn't want
I
it.
applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go.
See, there's gotta
Turn the
be
controls
other
off
stuff
and
here that we can do.
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have
I'm gonna
nearly
tell
the
you
power
right
you
now,
think you do. For example, and
We're
I
an
believe
hour
you'll
of the
find
way into this
pertinent,
stream, right?
Stanley suddenly realized he
We're
had
an hour
just
of the way into
initiated
this.
the network's emergency
And my
detonation
intention
system. In the event that
was
this
to
machine
do
is
this
activated
in one
without
stream,
proper
and I
DNA
realized at this
identification,
point there's no way that's happening, right? There's no way I can get all these endings in one stream. I
Vomitive
had.
detonation then? Say,
But
now this is making it a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that?
wait.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
Yeah, there's a hint.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened.
See, you know, he's claiming
raised
there's
them.
no way to do
I
it.
turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then die.
I think there is a way to do it.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the
19
control
endings,
wrested away
okay.
from you, it's quite rich.
Greg,
Just
can
hate
you
to see
tell me
it
if
go.
this
And I'm sure
this way
whatever
of
I come
doing
up
it
with on the
is
next go
fruitless?
around will be even better.
If he's
My
right?
goodness,
This is
only
just all
34
meaningless, or
seconds
is he just
left.
trying to get
But
me to
I'm
give up?
enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional
Oh
seconds.
man, okay.
Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea
Let's
where
try
you're
to do
going
it
or
then.
what you're supposed
I
to be
don't
doing
care if
right
we have to do
now?
a couple
Or
attempts.
did you just assume when you saw that timer
Here's the
that
thing,
something
though.
in this room
I
was
don't know
capable
how
of
like
turning it on?
smart I am right now, right?
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons.
What?
These colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
It's got a house on it.
Stanley, that this video game can be beaten, won, solved.
Oh yeah, so they do
Any
have
idea what your purpose in this place is?
software.
But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10?
Oh, wait.
100,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley
Wait. So the third one is blue.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds.
Oh, you don't have to mind.
30 seconds until a blink.
We're gonna do this a couple of times. 'Cause
Or will you let it go peacefully?
at this point, we cannot win. We're dead, right?
It's all the
Everything
same.
says
All part of the joke.
we're dead.
And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life for the moment until
we lost. You can beat this. So, Greg, you say you can beat this, so I'm gonna try it again.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What
Stanley
a great
decided to go to
stream
the
this
meeting
is
room.
gonna be. We
Perhaps
are
he
an
had something
hour
to
of the
mellow.
way in, right? And I am.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I am like. Oh, okay, fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Well, I know what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna do the escape. Gonna do the one with the
Stepping
sign
into
that
his
says
manager's
escape.
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
Oh.
not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered?
This
Desperate
takes
for
a
answers,
while.
he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course,
2845.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Heckin' Jimmy Carter. 2845.
Stanley
Yeah,
just sat
I
around
saw the
twiddling
news
his
there. I
thumbs,
meant to
trying
check
to
Twitter,
input anything
but
on the
instead
device
I
as
just
useless,
saw
since he
the
could never
news.
possibly know that the combination was 2845.
And the news was
Incredibly, by simply
Jimmy
pushing
Carter
random
is about
buttons
to
on the
die,
keyboard,
and the other
Stanley
news
happened
was
to input the correct code
Anthony.
unsure.
How do you say his name?
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Met with some like Chinese official. He established a police. That's the news. That's the news today, I guess. Also, you know, I never, ever talk about current events on Twitter or on stream. When
Stanley
no
walked
one's
straight
watching.
ahead through the large...
You should have told me that before.
locked door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, you didn't notice, then it's probably not a problem. Wait, no, I didn't. Okay, if you couldn't hear me, then the VOD before this sucks then.
The lights rose on an enormous room
I
packed
meant
with
to go
television
the other
screens.
route that time.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
I never talk
Did he
about
have the
current
strength
events,
to find
really.
out?
Even really innocent ones, right? Okay.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I was saying I never talk about current events.
This mind control facility, it
Greg
was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
There was a pool.
No.
That,
he
like,
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept
of
it.
the American
His own
population
life in someone else's control.
thinks that UFOs
Never.
were aliens.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
Like,
was it even possible?
I don't
Had he
remember the
truly
number,
spent
but it was
his
like, it
entire
was
life
over 30%
utterly
at least.
blind
It
to
was
the
probably
world?
way higher than that.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content.
The White
Walking,
House
eating,
has
working,
insisted
all of it monitored
that they
and
are not
commanded from this
aliens.
very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley
I
decided
think it's
that this
funny that we're in a
machinery would
situation
never
where the
again
White House
exert its
has
terrible
had
power
to
over
disclaim
another
that something
human
is
life.
not
For
aliens
he
in the first
would
place.
dismantle the controls once
I think that's
and
really
for
funny.
all.
But they did give up on looking for two of them. And they were most likely just like civilian things, you know. They were most likely nothing, pretty much. But yeah. Oh, here's the other wild thing about it. You might not expect this, but you know, the poll also had like, you know, are you a Democrat or a Republican, and like what age group are you in, you know, and it was very even across party lines and across age groups, all demographics, just about equally believed it was alien. Like, just, it didn't matter who you were, just a bunch of people. Pool. I can't say it the way most people say it. Pool. No, I can't do it. Pool. Yeah, I don't like that. It's pool. Yeah. I think it's always like that. Can I not? It's pool. That's, you don't say it another word. You don't say it another way. No, it's pool. Root beer. Pool. I'm gonna have to try this again. You know, it's really funny to me that, you know, I'm not probably gonna get drunk anytime soon, because with my disorder, it's
and
really
when at last he
probably
found the
pretty
source of the
dangerous.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate
Hey
the
Greg,
controls,
can I tell
did
you
you?
a secret?
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go
I'm
and you try to
probably
take
gonna
control
try to
of the
get,
machine for yourself. Is that what
when
you
I
wanted?
feel better,
Control?
right? I don't want to do it right now when I'm like
Stanley,
a mess. you
I
know.
applaud your effort, I really
But I'm
do.
gonna
But you
try
need to
doing
understand,
it again.
there's only so much that machine can do. You were
Oh, I don't have
supposed to let it
secrets,
go.
you're right.
Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do, for example, and I believe you'll find this
The last time I did it and it really
Stanley
messed me
suddenly
up,
realized
it was
he
because I
had
was
just
doing it in a really
initiated the
bad way, and
network's
it was like
emergency
Delta 8,
detonation
and I just
system.
wasn't
In the
supposed to,
event that this machine
I
is
wasn't
activated
doing it a
without proper
responsible
DNA
way.
identification, nuclear
If I
detonators
do
are
it
set
again,
to
I want to
explode,
do it like
eliminating the entire
in
complex.
a better way.
How long until
I guess.
detonation then? Let's say...
I could explain better normally. But I'm a
now
little
this is
out
making
there.
things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time
Well,
to
there is a
shine.
door
You
over
are
there.
the star.
It
It's your
closes.
story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had
Okay,
in
so
mind.
the
What a
red
shame
is
we have so
one.
little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything,
So I guess
take back the
maybe
control
I
wrested
didn't put
away
it
from
too
you,
early
it's quite
and-
rich. I almost hate to see it
Yeah, I don't
go.
know what to tell you.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the
That's,
next go around
George's
will be
catchphrase.
even better.
Right?
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
No,
You know
but I was
what?
gonna say,
To hell
I
with
guess
it.
when
I'm going to put some extra
get
time on the clock. Why
inebriated,
not?
I just
These are
have
precious
this
additional
such a
seconds.
strong
Time
accent,
doesn't
you
grow
know?
on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
I put,
Or did you just assume when
I
you saw
put
that
an
timer
H after
that
every
something in
vowel
this
I
room was
say.
capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button,
You know,
screen to
that's what it
screen,
sounds
clicking
like.
on every little thing in this room. These number buttons, no,
but like
these colored
H
ones, or maybe this
after
big
a lot
red
of vowels.
button,
It's kind
or
of
this
how I
door.
like
Everything,
put it
anything,
down on
something here
paper
will save
if I'm
me.
trying to like
How
write
did you
out
think
that
that,
accent.
Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won?
Yeah,
sold? Do
no.
you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10?
How many
100?
times
1,000?
will you
I look
replay this
forward to
bit,
finding out and to
looking
watching the bomb
desperately
go
for a
off each time you
solution?
fail. Just you and me and the wretched
There are a number of
explosion
things
of
here.
fire and metal
I'm gonna do
over and
this
over
at
and
some
over
point,
for
right?
all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley
There has
died.
gotta be an answer.
And Stanley died
This is
again.
gonna kill me, though, right?
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have
Oh,
left to strike.
what? It's such
30
a weird
seconds until a
thing
big
to
boom
smell
and then
like.
nothing. No ending. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully?
Ugh.
Another
See,
choice.
when it shakes
Make
like
it
that,
count.
it gets
Or
me.
don't. It's all the same
I
to
want
me. All a part of the joke.
I think I have,
And believe me, I will be laughing at every
I
second
have,
of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in
money.
until the moment I say happily ever after.
I have money. Like a little bit of money. I want to use it to buy movie tickets. I want to use it to buy movie tickets. But, I also am really hungry, you know?
Hey, sweetie,
Yeah?
something incredible happened.
Oh boy, what?
My sister was trolling through TikTok,
Yeah?
and she found a TikTok. She like just ran across this TikTok of like two of my aunts, like driving and like 600 comments in it. Like, he found, like, one of their accounts, it was, like, not any of them. It was, like, someone else posting this video. And they're, like, driving and, like, cursing and stuff. And then there's, like, my aunt's account, and she had, like, a apology video where she, like, apologizes for, like, calling my other aunt, like, something. It's just, like, it all, like, feels like a fever dream.
That's so funny. Hey, sweetie.
Yeah?
I was just talking about food. I don't know what to do for food.
Pizza.
Yeah,
In
it's
the
a pizza.
fridge.
Oh, yeah, I didn't finish it, did I?
We could eat the pizza.
We could eat the pizza. Yeah,
Or if you
okay.
want something else.
Do I want something else? Sweetie? I think that I am a little too inebriated right now from whatever I'm having mentally. And I'm streaming, so I don't know if I want to like take a break to make something. So could I have some help, please?
I don't get it.
Can like you microwave some pizza for me, please?
Sure, sweetie.
Okay. You cooked the pizza. I gotta not do that. Okay. We're gonna play this
Stanley
game
decided
again.
to go to the
I'm
meeting
not
room
gonna
to check
try
on
to
his
do the
co-workers.
difficult
He never
ending.
functioned well by himself and
We
constantly
can
needed
do a
support and
different
guidance from
ending.
others, so the
I
thought of
tried
total
and
solitude was
failed
terrifying to
twice.
him. When Stanley came to a set
This
of two
VOD
open
is gonna
doors,
be so
he entered
funny.
the door on his left.
You know, you're gonna make fun of me.
Yet there was not a single person here
my
either. Feeling a wave
the way
of
I'm
disbelief,
talking, right?
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming
Yeah,
to a
but
staircase,
maybe.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You're gonna you know,
Stepping
people-
into his manager's
people
office,
that
Stanley
talk
was
like
once again
this,
stunned
you know,
to discover
have,
not
like,
an indication of
such
any
a,
human life. What could it mean, he
it's just
wondered.
such a weird
Desperate for
trope
answers, he began turning the room over
in,
looking for
in
clues that might
fiction.
unravel
You
the
know,
situation.
people
Until
with,
at last,
with
he
this
discovered a
accent
keypad
and,
behind
you know,
the
like
boss's
this,
desk.
this kind
But
of
alas,
voice
no
in
code.
general.
For this keypad
It's
guarded
a-
the
it's a
terrible
whole thing.
secret that lay buried below his feet. And so
It's a
the
whole
boss had
thing.
assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course,
2845.
Stanley couldn't
right.
possibly have known this.
See, I'm just worried about the people that come in.
Yet incredibly, by
And
simply
they
pushing
think-
random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into
And
the
they
newly
think,
opened
oh,
passageway.
Ella did some alcohol, you know. I won't forget it.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Ooh.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At
You
this
know,
point,
the
Stanley was
narrator,
making
right,
a
is
conscious,
some kind of
concerted effort to
being.
walk forward
Some kind
and
of
willingly
very
confront
powerful
his death.
being. I want to make a game. You know that trope that I love so much? That, I don't know, the two characters I can think of that fit it are Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club and
As the machine
Buddy
whirred into
from
motion
Buddy
and Stanley
Simulator.
was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been
It's
of no
the trope
consequence
of, like,
whatsoever. Stanley can't see
fictional
the bigger
character
picture. He
that
doesn't
is
know the real story,
completely
trapped
aware
forever
that
in
they
his
are-
narrow vision
Oh,
of
sorry.
what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss,
I wasn't
like
paying
plucking the
attention to
eyeballs
the-
from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
You can't jump. I told you that's the
Farewell,
the
Stanley,
achievement.
cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh, thank you. Well, that didn't happen. What happened?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
There's the credits. Gotta love that. The Office. Yeah, but here's the thing. Greg, you know, because I was, like, narrating it all to you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was narrating to you, like, my plans for making for like what streams I would do in the future, right? I don't want to get spoiled too much in here. Yeah, I want to try not to get spoiled, so I'm gonna try to get out of here real quick.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
So,
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, Choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Oop! Well, you know, I could have, but I probably would have quit if I wasn't streaming.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, so I was making the list of games I want to play.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Man, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I really want to say this thing I was gonna say. Alright, the thing I wanted to say. No, I haven't. What? There's like a
Feeling
bunch of
wave
different
of
ways I can
disbelief,
go.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
See, I can do this.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, right, I really kind of found this niche of, like, games niche, what? I don't know. Of, like, games that I eventually realized were all, like, niche, okay. That I eventually realized were mostly made in RPG Maker, right? And I realized that was kind of what a lot of them had in common. And it made me think, like, God, it would be fun to make a game in RPG Maker, wouldn't it? Yeah. So I'm thinking, like, yeah, like, I'd love to do that. So, I've been trying to think of ideas, right? And my immediate thought was, yeah, Galaxy Girl game. My immediate thought was, I love the trope of Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club. And it's a similar trope, and it's a similar character with Buddy and Buddy Simulator, which is the less popular game, but it's still, you know. And basically that trope is like a self-aware fictional character who is completely aware that if you stop playing the game and just leave, they will die. So the only thing keeping them alive is your presence. And I think that's such a good trope in gaming. And I kind of thought, what if you make a game where that's every character? And they go about it in different ways, and they, like, you know, maybe some of them don't care, and but they're all aware of it, you know? And I think there's just a ton you could do with that concept. So that's, if I make an RPG Maker game, that's kind of my base. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'll keep thinking about it, but that's kind of my it's kind of the inciting idea, I guess.
All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
That's
None of it
like
made any
Thanos.
logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
He's going in a circle.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
That's a great question.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Yeah,
after all, he knew for certain beyond a doubt that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please,
he loves pushing the buttons.
It's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife.
He has a wife?
And my job. All I want is
he
my
has
life
a family.
Exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Normal! Oh, who doesn't love being normal?
Okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, boy.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the
Stanley
body of
killed
a man
himself.
who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Oh, he
Though
just
she
died.
would soon turn to go
Mary
call for
Ella!
ambulance,
Oh,
for
man.
just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Everyone
And in
knows
that
what
moment,
crazy
she
people
thought to
look
herself
like.
how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered
I
the meeting
hate
she had
this.
scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh, what's happening here? Oh, this game is wild. This game is wacky. You woke up.
Even now,
You
Stanley's
missed,
office was a
you missed my, like, accidental sex face. Well, that was like an hour ago now. Did chat die? What do you mean? I don't know.
distant memory. What did it...
This is a weird stream because, you know, I have mental health problems all the time, you know? But, today it's kind of weird because, it's kind of like I'm drunk a little bit, I think. I think that's kind of generally what it's like. I don't know, Gray, you'd agree with that, right? Yeah, I think so. But it's also, like, really bringing out that American accent, you know? Pool. It's not weird to say pool. This is how everyone says it. That's how everyone says pool. In the 8 billion people in the world, everyone says pool. I can't even do it the way you're talking about. I can't even say that word the way you're trying to get me to say it. Pool. 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 I don't know. Pool. Pool. Pool.
It looked like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer
And you
recall.
know I always say root beer.
When Stanley came to a set of two
think-
open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
You
of
know, if I
disbelief,
always talked
Stanley
like this, at
decided to
least
go
it would
up
be
to his
kinda,
boss's
like,
office. Hoping he'd come into a
memorable,
staircase,
you know,
Stanley
for,
walked
like,
upstairs to his boss's office.
Wait, I shouldn't have done this. Wait, I know. Begin the game again. Because I already went everywhere around that.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They
Is it
never
time
stopped.
to
Surely I
Go
was
through
mistaken.
the door on the right? No, but look, I'm saying... If I always had
When
this...
Stanley came to a set of two
The
open
end is never
doors,
the end,
he
it's
entered the
never the
door on
end,
his
it's never.
left.
If I always sounded like this, and I got real famous as a streamer, you know, it would be kind of iconic a little bit.
Yet there was not a single
Because
person
really,
here either.
think about it, there's
Feeling a
not
wave
a
of
ton of
disbelief,
famous people
Stanley
with this
decided
accent.
to go up to his boss's office.
I think it's time to go through the right door. There's not a ton of famous people with this accent. I can't.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Why am I in
Stanley
here now?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring.
It's
It had
the
really been
Soul
worth the
Machine
detour
from
after all, just to
Superliminal.
spend a few moments here in this
Where's
immaculate,
that,
beautifully
Minnesota?
constructed room.
You get it?
Stanley
'Cause-
simply stood
no,
here,
I don't like
drinking it all
Minnesota.
in.
That's like the rival. You know what's kind of funny? You know what I think is funny?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yeah, Minnesota. I think it's really funny that, like, Minnesota's greatest rival, I assume, is probably Wisconsin. Because I don't know who else it would be. But Wisconsin's biggest rival is not Minnesota, it's Illinois. So, I think that's funny. I think it's funny, but whatever. I mean, what? Like, doesn't like Minnesota have like the best life expectancy in the country though, and like a bunch of stuff like that? I don't know.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room brought, but at last he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on
I'm
his
sure
left
it's
to
not
get back to business.
necessarily. I'll go left first. I'm sure it's not a bad place.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What am I doing? I'm so turned around. I don't know what I'm doing. There's too many.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
I was
Feeling
already
a
in
wave
here.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might
How'd I
find an
get
answer
back
there.
here? Oh, what? That's not what I intended to do at all. Oh, man.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, what looks weird? I wasn't paying attention
When
to
Stanley
the
came
narrator
to a set
for
of
bit.
2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
Yeah, I
lounge
mean,
first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'll do that, but I'll go
And so he
down
detoured
the
through
left.
the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
So,
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
I don't think there was any other way to go.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
looks scary. I don't like that one. What?
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley,
Is it a
close your
spoiler?
eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time,
Wow, the
suppose
narrator
we don't
messed
wander
up, huh?
so far off track, Okay, from the top.
That was kind of a sucky ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
But, you know, I was saying,
Stanley
like,
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
You
he
know,
had
there
simply
aren't,
missed a
like,
memo.
a whole ton of people with, like, a whole ton of famous people with this accent, you know?
When Stanley... Wait.
And,
wait,
like,
what?
I'm from here. The beginning to an ending?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
What?
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
Oh, no!
Let's find the story.
Are these all different endings? Oh, man. Did I just manage to make man 3 syllables? Man. Yeah, you heard that? Wow.
I'll say it. This is the worst.
This is, I don't know what's up with me right now. You know, you bought me this game. That's what I spent the money on.
Adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there
I'll go
definitely
left to right.
was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, man, they weren't all different endings.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay.
Oh,
it's
no!
this. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back
You know, I
where we
feel like
just came
there's like a
from.
million
Why don't we go back the
things
other
where,
direction and see if we missed anything?
You know, I will say though, obviously this is just like, I'm a little out of it, so the accent is coming out, you know? But I think this accent has been getting stronger over the past several years. You know, I think gradually it's kind of creeped in. But I think that's more because I used to be really self-conscious about it. I used to be really self-conscious about this because, yeah, exactly, because people make fun of it. I was self-conscious because it's an accent that everyone makes fun of. Yeah, so I don't talk like this. My mom kind of does a little bit. It's not that strong, but she talks like this a little bit. And oh, I don't know. I like it, right? I think it's great. I think it's kind of unique. I mean, what? There's plenty of people with this accent, but it's only probably like, well, I would have to think 2-3 million people that talk like this. You know, Canadian accent is a totally different thing, right? That's a different thing. But this is limited to, like, some people in Wisconsin, the Upper Peninsula, which the Upper Peninsula doesn't even have a million people in it. Like, Upper Minnesota and the Dakotas. And there's not, like, a ton of people that live in that area, really. So it's, like I said, there's not really any, like, really famous people I can think of that talk like this. Well, I know, God, there's someone really famous who used to talk like this, and they changed their accent, like, they did, like, training to change their accent, because you can't be famous with this accent, you know, in Hollywood. You know, Willem Dafoe is from up in Appleton, in the Fox Cities. It's kind of by Green Bay, up in the northeast of Wisconsin. And, oh, maybe. But, you know, that's the thing, right? I'm from Madison, which is, like, that's South Wisconsin, South Central Wisconsin. And most of the people that talk like this in Wisconsin are up in the north part. So, I don't necessarily know how it develops, really, but like I said, I think I have family that kind of talks like this. Alright. I wish there was an achievement for every ending.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, boy. Hey, Kenneth. Oh, no.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
This is horrifying.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So,
yeah, he
job.
killed us in two of the endings.
Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Wait, I've seen this. I've seen the adventure line.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
I am
Just
aware
follow
of
the
this,
line.
so this is
How
kind of
simple
a
is
spoiler
that?
I got. At some point.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward,
What?
are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself?
Yeah.
Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we
just
can
wanna
both
go back to
agree
the murder
that the
drones
nature of
room.
existence is in fact a byproduct
Wait, I went the
of
wrong
one's
way.
subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence
Oh, I've been
rests
distracted
inside
a
of
lot
your
today.
subjective experience of this office, Is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah, this is the boss. Oh, I'm liking this.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Will
Make
it?
sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Alright. Yeah, but this is a classic. This is an all-time classic.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you...
This is
I
very
can't take this
Portal.
anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
This room is very Portal. Yeah, that was adventure music.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our
Did
own
he just
story?
call
Something
Stanley
exciting,
intelligent?
daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh boy, this is a wild ending.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a
I
new
have
path,
not.
a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
You know, that's what I was gonna say. I said your name and then I got real distracted. What I was gonna say was that I might make a video game. Possibly. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about making a video game. I'm gonna check Twitter.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like
I
to
like
veto
the
the line from
trademark
having any
theme there.
role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's trademark. I really like this ending.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think.
4-hour-long
Just walk in
movie.
circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere. Which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be
Okay.
a reverse door that leads here.
I
And that in
am
turn
unsure
means that
how
our
much
destination
talking over the narrator I should
corresponds
do.
with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
I've been
So
doing this for
starting
2
from
hours
the
and
right,
I
let
don't
us
know.
ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
The confusion ending. After a long time, Stanley dies. Find the confusion ending schedule. We're on the 4th restart and there's 8 of them. He'll forget about the previous restart. All right.
Oh, hold up. What's this?
Well,
The confusion
it's a preview.
ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to
I've
decide?
been doing a lot of
Why don't
comparing
I get a
every
say in
game I
all of
played
this?
a Portal
Is it really-
lately.
No, it can't be.
The past
I don't want it to be.
3 games
I
I've
don't want the
played,
game to keep
I've
restarting.
repeatedly
I don't
compared
want to
them to
forget what's
Portal.
going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I
And
won't
right
do
now,
it.
the
I won't
narrator
do
is
it. I won't
reminding me a
do it.
lot of Wheatley.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this
You
schedule?
like all the
How would we
blush I
even
put on
know?
today?
Will someone come for us?
Oh man,
Will something
you know,
happen?
I put a lot of blush on
So,
today. So,
Okay.
I've always said, right, that Ahegao faces look awful and dumb unless you have just a ton of makeup on. If you have a lot of makeup on, they'll look great. I'm not even into sex or anything. I just think it looks really cool, you know? Like I can be like, yeah, it looks pretty good, you know? Maybe some people don't like it. I think it's cool. But I did it totally on accident. Cause like I just took a sip of this Gatorade and I was like, that's so good. And then I like did the, you know, the face. Not it was better than what I just did. It was like the perfect face. My tongue wasn't out like the regular one is, but it was the same idea, you know. And I really want to go back in the VOD and take a screenshot of that and put it on Twitter and be like, this is what I'm getting up to on my streams, and you should watch, you know. I think that would be great.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some...
I feel like it would be easier to just tell people I'm drunk right now. Like, I'm not, but it sure seems like it.
way that this is a
Oh,
kind of
man.
story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
And now the narrator doesn't remember, right?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't remember what I was supposed to... Greg? Greg, are you here? We're doing that tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Where am I supposed to go for
The lounge was
confusion ending
sublime,
again?
a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section,
remember what I was
walked
supposed
straight
to
ahead to
do.
the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and
Greg,
get even
what was I
further
supposed
off
to
track.
do?
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go.
Oh man.
From here, it's left. Oh no, it's to the right.
Wait,
My
am
mistake.
I gonna do this whole thing again?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What
I
was
don't
I
think
thinking?
I followed the
It's clearly.
instructions it gave
dear,
me.
would you hold on for a
Oh
minute, please?
man. You know, I bet people would really think
Now, let's
people
see,
would
we
really
went
think
down,
this
right,
voice is
left,
cute.
down,
You know?
left, right. Yep. Okay.
And
Yes.
clearly,
I've got it now.
I
This
mean,
story
what,
is
when
absolutely,
you get, like,
definitely
inebriated like
this way.
and you start doing like a voice, you know, because it's just like your natural voice, right?
No.
This
This
is
isn't
just
right
how
at all.
you
You're not
talk
supposed to be
when
here
you're
yet. This
letting
is all
go,
a spoiler.
right?
Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
When
okay,
you
okay. We just have to get
Aren't
back
like
to,
putting up
oh,
fronts.
Who am I kidding?
So
It's all rubbish now. The whole story
Yeah, I
completely
don't know.
unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the
be an
beginning.
effective
And this time,
streamer like
suppose we
this,
don't
right?
wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
You know what I could do right now? Actually, I'll be right back. Ooh. You know, every once in a while, I just have a limp for no reason. Like, just part of my foot feels weird, so I just do a little limp. That's probably normal, right? So, here's the thing about these pills, right? We're only 2 hours of the way into the stream. I make no guarantee that these pills will sober me. Can't make any guarantee they'll sober me. I can probably make a guarantee they are gonna knock me out and make me fall asleep. Man, I love slushies. Slushies are so good. There's still like a rock in there. You know, Greg thinks this is gonna be a great VOD. I think it's gonna suck, but like, here's the thing about my streams
All of his co-workers
right now,
were
right?
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I've taken
Perhaps
on
he
a
had
new
simply missed the memo.
attitude about them, right? I've taken on a new attitude
When Stanley...
about,
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
What was I talking
Did
about?
something change?
Oh yeah, I got like a new
Stanley,
attitude about
Did you
swimming,
change anything
right?
when we were
'Cause
back
I
in
know
that room
not
with
a
all
lot
the
of people
monitors?
have been
Did
watching
you
lately.
move the
But,
story
like, people
somewhere or...
used to watch.
Hold on. Why am
And
I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the
It
story.
figures people will
It was
watch
right here just a minute
again
ago.
eventually.
I
like
know for
it,
sure
you
that
know,
it's here somewhere. Okay,
it's
then.
got to get better
It's an
eventually. So
adventure.
my
Come, Stanley. Let's
new thought
find
process
the story.
is to What?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again. But it's got to be better than
God,
this.
you know what
Okay,
might be a
let's give it a
problem
shot.
with
Why
this
not?
stream is clearly my memory isn't very good. I'm having trouble with my memory.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
That's obvious,
Stanley
right?
decided to go to the
That's
meeting room.
been
Perhaps
obvious
he had
for
simply
a
missed
while,
memo.
I think. Probably. It's not like I remember. I keep losing track of my thoughts. But I did...
Okay, yep,
I
it's
did take
worse.
my medication.
I might be remembering
Right?
this wrong.
So...
It's possible the story is
good
back where
sign.
we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
It's a good sign. Alright. I have to do this whole ending again because I messed it up.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
And there's gonna be nothing
No,
around
wait,
this corner.
never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back
Okay,
the other
hold
way
on.
and retrace our steps.
You know, some streams go wrong because, like, I feel bad and I can't do anything about it, and it's stressful, and I just, I get scared, and it gets difficult to stream, you know?
Now this...
But this is
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place
is, like,
at all.
kind of a different
Is this the
kind
story?
of mental health
I don't
problem
think
where,
so.
like...
I can't quite recall, but
I
I,
don't
believe
know, I
my
think
story
I'm
took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Mostly fine.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely
Maybe I
forgotten
need
what we were
to
supposed to
have
be
more
doing,
the
how about
attitude
this?
of,
You win!
This isn't
Congratulations!
supposed to be happening to anyone,
I know you
right?
put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So,
This
good job.
doesn't just happen to people. And yeah, I have, like, different health issues, but maybe I should be a little more, like...
Oh, no. No, I don't
Yeah,
feel
why
right
is
about
this
this at all.
happening?
We both
Like,
know
that
you
might
didn't
not
put in
be a
any
good
actual
thing.
work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm
And
getting
it's
weirded
kinda
out by
getting
whatever
worse
this
for,
place
like,
is.
I'm not
I don't
scared
care
or,
what
like,
might
in
happen
a-
this time.
in
I
a bad
have to
mood or
restart.
anything. I'm just... Oh. I took my pills.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? You see? The line knows where the
Get the
story
line
is.
again!
It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
What's getting harder to understand?
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of
I
moving
don't feel
forward,
good, like,
are we
really
implying
not
a journey
good.
such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
The music again. You hate this music. That's great. Oh, I love that.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very
Music!
important later in the story. Make sure you study it
Well,
closely.
yeah, it's kind
and
of a
remember
problem
it
with the
carefully.
schedule, isn't it?
You won't
It
want to miss
actually wouldn't
anything.
mess with the schedule too much. Here's the thing, though. You remember I said I haven't had a stream that went the full 4 hours. That went the full 4 hours in quite a while, you know? and I want to have a stream that goes 4 hours, right? But at the same time, the word hospital just crossed my mind. It's probably not that type of thing. I'm probably fine, but yeah, I don't know.
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
Because I guess at some point I kind of considered
You do know
the
we're looking
idea
for the
of-
Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I considered the idea of, like, I don't know if this is caused by my mental health necessarily.
No, not again. Line, how could you?
I don't know if this is caused by my mental health. Like, this is the type of thing that could totally be caused by physical health. And it's kind of being like, it's not just the, you know, the talking weird and stuff. Well, I just took my medicine. Oh. Here's the thing, though. I have felt so much worse than this a lot of the time. And I'm, like, totally aware of that. I've had stuff like this so many times. And I think it's just I haven't had it in so long that I feel a little, that I'm just not used to it, you know?
You have done this to us.
I'm
And
not
after we
used to
trusted
having
you,
something like
after
this.
everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
The adventure line. He doesn't want
You know
the
what,
adventure line
Stanley?
now. Yeah,
I
I've
say
seen
forget
this.
the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
I don't know. I think I can still
this
be
all
a
sounds
pretty
perfectly
good
doable. Why don't we
streamer.
simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
I just need to do some deep breathing there. Yeah, that helped a little
Yes,
bit.
this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it
So
could
the
be anything.
narrator is kind of
Want
fun
our
in this
story to
one.
be. Go wild.
He's
Use your
kinda
imagination.
nice.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again.
But what do you think of
Stanley,
my
I'd also
RPG
like to veto
idea?
the line from
My
having any
RPG
role in
maker
our
idea.
awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't
It's
acknowledge
just
it.
that
and it should
RPG
be
Maker
fine.
itself is like pretty expensive. Well, it's expensive for someone that doesn't have any money. I think it's like $40 on Steam
a
right
choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts,
How
the
does
door
he
on
know
the right
that?
is the correct one. Another victory for
now.
logic.
It's like,
Come, Stanley. Our destiny awaits.
wait, was the joke that I wasn't paying enough attention, but was the joke that it was circular logic he was using? And then there's like the little pattern on the ground.
Oh, hold up. What's this?
All right.
The confusion ending. You're telling
Stanley
me...
attempts to play
That's
the
what this
story, but
is.
is prevented,
It's all
unable
one
to
giant
go
ending.
anywhere or do anything.
And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes?
But I did that, and it let me play.
Determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this.
Yeah,
I
now the
won't
narrator
restart the game. I won't
wants
do it.
decisions,
I
but
won't
he doesn't
do
have
it.
any
I won't
decisions,
do it.
does he? Oh, that's real
And
bad.
the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Is this the ending? Or oh.
So,
Hold
okay.
on, I just need a second.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Whoa! Yeah, sure. It's RPG Maker.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
What did the narrator just say? I can't remember. I might be a little too dumb to play this right now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
My pills will kick in eventually, you know? You know, it's really difficult to be Ellers. Like, really difficult.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section,
Wait, I
walked
think
straight
I already
ahead
went
to the
this
opposite door,
way.
and got back on track.
Oh no. Wait, this is just takes you back to the murder drones room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling...
Get in the game again.
How
It is
wonderful.
so...
Stanley
you know,
was alone.
applying
Finally,
for disabilities
this is
just
great, he
impossible.
thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Wait.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
Well,
well.
I have like a certain
Perhaps he
order
wanted to
where
stop by
I'm
the employee lounge
doing
first,
things.
just to admire it.
Stop, 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 stop.
Stanley
stop.
felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You know...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. But you'll be dead.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
What?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
What?
She's been waiting.
Didn't they already say Stanley has a wife?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. Oh,
Bread?
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you
What?
actually
He
think you had
doesn't
a
have a
loving
wife.
They'd want to commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Greg, do I have to do this? I give up, I'm doing it.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
To, like, the current stream right now? I mean, people do that, but, like, this stream, really?
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk,
What?
Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. Fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Yeah, we were talking earlier in the stream about, like, how many times do you think someone is, you know, like, to meet? Like, how many times have I been the one they're looking at, or, like, one of my streams or something? Oh, it's gotta be hundreds. It's gotta be at, like, several hundred at least. I know one person that said he did it, like, every day. And that was for months. Only me. People are wild. I don't even post nudes that often. There's not a lot of them. Whoa! That's really funny. let's play the game.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Is that supposed to be an oven? Because I don't think that looks like an oven. Okay, whatever.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he
I haven't
called
gotten
it
to the game with a baby
Stanley
yet.
Parable.
Oh,
It was such a
tell
wonderful
the kids
fantasy,
the story.
and
I
so
wanna
in
do
his
that
head he
someday.
relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer.
I have someone that
How
I
could there
can
possibly
tell.
be? In reality, all he's doing is
I
pushing
love
the
her.
same buttons he always has. Nothing has
I love
changed.
her so
The
much.
longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but
Yeah,
an
but you
observer.
can
That as
change.
long as he
Like,
remains
someone
here,
like
he's slowly
Stanley.
killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I assume you have to push it. I assume you can't go without pushing it. Right? God.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Oh, I can't work if I tried.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
348. I don't think that's the
And
number.
I
is
tried
it?
again.
Yeah,
and
it's
Stanley pushed a button.
427.
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Please die. Well, that one was dark. Oh. Yeah, I hate when Twitch changes the emoticons. It's awful. You've lost count. That's just
The meeting room.
wild.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
How do I get the one with the game with the baby?
When Stanley came to a set of two
How many
open doors,
endings
this
have
was
I
not
done,
the
Greg?
correct
Have
way
you
to the
been paying
meeting room,
attention?
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too much, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There's gotta be more of them this way, right? Wait, I have an idea.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I knew that would be one.
Already
don't
this was
like it?
uncomfortable.
What do you not like
and Stanley
about it?
decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
I'll go through the new content door eventually. Tomorrow.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
There's
Stanley
gotta be
knew
more
it
to the
perfectly
right,
well.
right?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just
Didn't
to
get
admire
too
it.
many on the right.
And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
At least
Stanley
a
was so
dozen
bad at following
is...
directions, it's
You're
incredible
probably
he
in
wasn't
like
5 years
15th
ago.
place. Let's be honest. That's such a weird thing to say about myself. I shouldn't have said that about myself. That was kind of gross, what I just said. You know, I got like a thing about objectification, but like at some point I got that thing about objectification, but at some point I like got enough self-respect that like it stopped being like as fun, you know? I said, I said, man, only a few, like, at least a dozen times, you're probably in, like, 15th place. Which is kind of a gross thing to say about myself. Might be true, but, like, phrasing it in the way of, like, 15th place is kind of, a demeaning thing.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
I already
I'm
did
not
this
asking
one.
for me, I'm asking for her.
Stanley
This
doesn't
is
have
it,
a wife.
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
I
Everyone
tried
thinks you
to
are
jump
very
on the
powerful.
platform. I tried. Well, I'll try again.
Stanley knew the office
I'll
layout like the
try
back of his hand.
again.
It was only a matter of time before
Am
he
I
found the
feeling
others,
better?
wherever they were.
Well, I must be, right?
Just a matter
'Cause
of
I
time.
don't think you realize quite how bad I felt about, like, 20
When Stanley
minutes
came
ago.
to a set of 2 open
So, like, I
doors, this
must
was
be
not the
getting
correct
better.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew
I
it
still
perfectly
don't
well.
feel great, but
Perhaps
I feel
he
like
wanted to
more
stop
like
by the
how I
employee
felt,
lounge
like,
first, just
an
to
hour
admire
ago.
it.
Oh,
It was
that makes
okay.
sense. Alright.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You know, we're like,
Stanley was so
an
bad
hour
at
and
following
20.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
you know, I said the whole objectification thing was not for me anymore, and it's not as fun anymore, but God, just one comment about myself, and ugh.
Oh.
Kinda sucks, doesn't it? Just the human body kind of sucks. Very, poor. There's so many flaws with the human body. Why do you think I like robots so much?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
A little bit.
I don't know how to convince you of
Like,
this, but I really do want to
name?
help you, to show you
The guy that
something
does
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No buckets.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Not every British person sounds like Wheatley. Greg, not every British person sounds like Wheatley. You know, when I talk like this, what character do you think I sound like? See, because I'm telling you, there aren't that many. It's always like some side character, and like, it's always like some very minor comedic side character in like a sitcom, or like, there's probably a... Yeah. I think the narrator sounds pretty pathetic at times, though. That's kind of what I... Like, when he gets at his most pathetic is when I think, wow, he really sounds like Wheatley. God, what is that actor, though, that does Wheatley? He does a bunch of stuff with, like, Ricky Gervais, and... he's in, like, what's it called? Does that one show that... I don't know. Does that one show where they, like, travel and funny stuff happens? And they're all comedians, and... Stephen Merchant! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying that this narrator sounds like Stephen Merchant's portrayal of Wheatley from Portal 2. That is the statement I am making. So is this two different endings? Or is this not gonna matter? Greg, I need your help. Different endings. I'll go with the blue one first.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I love that. Yeah, the blue pill is the correct one. You know, I've ranted to so many people, so many times, both publicly and privately. I don't like the Matrix. You think that the narrator is trying to do an impression of Stephen Merchant? Because I think that's going a little far.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road?
I don't think he sounds exactly the
Let me
same.
stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
I certainly don't think they, like, hired him and were like, can you do a Stephen Merchant voice?
And in the end, it was
I
all
don't think
for
that
nothing,
was
because this is what you wanted
going
to see.
on.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what.
I don't
take
think
a stab in
skill
the dark
trees
at a new
would
design,
work in
and
this
you can
game.
give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
If I go the other two options, does the game just progress as normally? So is this 3 different endings, or is it 2 different endings, or what? Oh, it's all the same. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
He's just gonna throw away my feedback.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door?
Yeah, it is the
it's
same
instinct,
vocal text.
mostly. A calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
I don't think that was necessary. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Oh, this is great. Sorry, I didn't have it in shot. Error, friends list empty. 98.9% of players are more attractive than Stanley. I think we all know I'm part of that 98.9%. God, this game came out 10 years ago. That's wild.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Baby. I... This is impossible, isn't it? It's just gonna keep doing this. It's just gonna keep doing this until I give up, isn't it? This is so funny. Oh man, this is great. Alright, I'm gonna let the baby die.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Is it just gonna restart the game? Yeah. Oh.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Heckin' Wyoming.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of
Isn't this a
twisted
game?
erotic purpose.
Isn't this
Yes,
a different
that
game?
must be it. What a fascinating venture
Yeah,
into the
yeah, I knew
experience
it was
of
a real
total
game.
mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Yeah, what's the name of this game? Yeah, Firewatch. That's what I was thinking it was. I hate that it's not letting me walk as quickly. I have to walk slower. Yeah, I knew, like, that's the premise of a real game, and this looks like that game. And...
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
I can't stand on things. Don't let me jump.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
Baby.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
Baby.
Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice,
Baby.
big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Now it's Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this
There's
is
Rocket
game
League
design.
in this game?
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I guess I didn't even realize Rocket League was as old
Okay,
as
so
this
what
game.
exactly
How
do we
old
do
is
here?
Rocket League?
Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
I feel like 2013
Okay, I'm
might
seeing that
actually
there's a
be
ball
like,
of some
that
kind back
seems
here.
like a
Is
good
this
guess
game
about when
sports
Rocket League would have come out,
Stanley,
right?
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Why am I... Oh, okay. They got the
Are you
rights
doing it?
for
Are
to
you winning?
Rocket
Is
League
this
for
fun?
this, huh?
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain
That's
amount
not
of
what
raw
happens
adrenal
when a
pleasure,
ball goes
then
in
surely
Rocket League.
multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes
He
another
doesn't
ball.
understand sports.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have
wish
to have
I
more.
was,
I'm insatiable. More balls!
Oh no! But copyright did allow them to do Rocket League, I guess. Which is also a huge game. I mean, no game is as
Are you
huge as
enjoying this, Stanley?
Minecraft, obviously, but...
Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries.
Yeah.
Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much.
Oh, you
But who
can.
knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
No.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Wait, what? What does this have to do with BDSM? And I assure you they probably... I'm sure they do. I'm sure there's a ton of them. You know, this game is making me realize that video games are absolutely the best canvas for creativity, right? They've got to be. Like, there's nothing with the freedom of storytelling that the video games offer. Yeah, you can do just about anything. And there's some really creative storytelling that happens with video games. And I guess in my streaming career, I've played a lot of those games that really do twist around the concept of what a video game is. You know, like, Inscription is one of those, absolutely. This is one of those. I mean, people say Undertale is. And I would say it kind of is. Doki Doki Literature Club is. I must have played more, but... Buddy Simulator, that's one. I've mentioned that like 3 times today. Like, I do play a lot of these games where the fact that it is a video game is relevant. Because I like games like that. Oh, here. Ugh. 427. You know what I smell right now? I don't know why, because we never get this smell in our home. I can smell like a nice, warm heater, you know? Like, not a fire. Not a fire necessarily, but like a room heater. Or like, you know, vents. No, it's not that smell. It's kind of a pleasant smell. I think the heater is on, but we usually don't get that smell when the heater is on. It's a very, like, wintry smell, you know? I think, like, if you wanted me to list, like, things I think are cozy and things I associate with winter, it would be this smell would be on it. It's very pleasant, and it's like, yeah, I'm warm now, you know? It's nice, I like it. Yeah, sometimes. Is this not where I'm supposed to be?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am.
I should,
that is what I mean
look
to
at my
this
upcoming
world.
schedule and
Oh,
see if
yes.
I have any more
Yes, I'll be
games
back.
that are
There's
like
no
the
other
ones I
way.
was talking about.
Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
I feel like a lot of these... Yeah, I know. What's up with your internet lately? I feel like a lot of these, like, plausibly could be games like that. Like, any of those RPG Maker games I added to the list totally could be ones that play with the idea of what a video game is.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Greg, at this point I might need help finding new endings. We will do that tomorrow! I will be back at 4 p.m. Central tomorrow with the new content.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
I
he entered the
feel
door on his
better.
left.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the red door. I have to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. I don't do the be right back screen. I don't like that anymore. back. You know, actually, never mind. Oh. See, it's kind of weird that this happened, but, this has become one of those streams that I don't want to end. Which, maybe that's not the best description of what I'm trying to say. But if I stream for like, probably over 6 hours, if I do a really long stream, at some point I reach a point where I don't, what was I saying? Oh yeah, we're like, I'm used to it, you know? And I start thinking about, like, what am I gonna do when this is over? And I realize, like, probably nothing. I'm just gonna sleep, or I'm gonna be bored, or, like, I'm gonna feel empty, you know? I don't want to end the stream. Because I'm enjoying the stream. Or, a lot of the time, I'm not enjoying the stream, but I've just gotten so used to it that I don't want to be doing anything else. So, I am now in a situation where, and here's the thing, the stream is supposed to end in 50 minutes. And I don't want to end the stream until we've, like, exhausted all the major options of this game. Like, I want to do all the big endings. But I feel like we're almost through with them.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, I'm
Perhaps
feeling
he wanted
so
to stop
much
by
better.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was
I'm a little
okay.
tired, but... Yeah. Your job is, like, mind-numbing.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help
I think he
you, to
just
show
sounds
you
like
something
Stephen
beautiful.
Merchant. I don't
Look,
think...
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
I don't think
Give
it's
me a
just the
chance.
ticks. Like,
Now listen
some of the
carefully,
way,
this
like,
is
he
important.
emphasizes,
Stanley
like,
walked through the
vowels
red
and
door.
stuff. It just sounds similar.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
I don't think
you
he's
see that I
doing an
really have
impression
wanted
or
you to be
anything.
happy all this time.
I don't think he's
The
trying
problem is
to
all these
sound like
choices.
Stephen
The two of
Merchant.
us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
Because he
Don't
does
you
sound
see that
different.
it's killing us, Stanley?
Like, he does...
I
It's got a
wanted to
different
stop.
vibe to it.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just
boy.
stay right
Ugh.
here,
God.
right in this moment
That kinda
with this
gets
place,
my
Stanley,
epilepsy a little bit.
I think I feel happy.
Ugh.
I actually feel happy.
Ugh, I shouldn't move it that fast. I see. Oh, man. Oh, no, green now! You know, again, I've never had a seizure on stream. Maybe like an absent seizure. The one where I just kind of... When? What game was I playing? That cannot be right. Oh. Like, do you know around when, though? Yeah, that sounds like an Ellers stream, doesn't it? Just the weird health problem of the day. Oh man. No, I feel like I might remember that, but I don't know when it would have been. Was it during, like, the Catatonia era, or was it during, like the Catatonia age, or was it more, like, really early last year? Jeez. Yeah, so that would have been during the Catatonia stuff. And what game was I playing? God, around that time, was that one of the... That was during the... Was that Buddy Sim? Or no, it would have been, Spooky's... I think it would have been Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, like one of the failed ones, right? That's why I have the list of streams. Oh, God, you know what it was? Oh, yeah, no, see, I think I remember this now. 'Cause it's a random inscription stream in the middle of, like towards the end of the year, you know? So I was doing Casey's mod. Yeah, so, God, maybe I do remember that. Yeah, so... Because that whole period of time, I was a mess. Because what, I have, yeah, I think, a lot of the really... Oh, okay. I think a lot of the really bad Catatonia streams were, like, late September, early October.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
That was a totally different tone of voice. I don't want to kill myself. I don't want to do that. Fine.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy.
Yeah, I want this.
We can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
So, little thought experiment here, I guess. Right? Let's say one day you wake up, you're in there. There's no exit though. You're in that flower on the ground and in space, and there's all these floaty things going on around you. What do you think? And you can't die. You're immortal now. This is forever. You're outside of the universe. You're outside of reality. This is its own little world, right? And you're there. How do you think that would go for you? Both in the short term and the long term. Because I could go on about what I think would happen to me. Like, and maybe assuming that, like, let's just say, like, I have my pills. But I'm not taking them. They're just, like, automatically in me for some reason, you know? See, that's what people say. People say that if you're in a situation like that, you will stop thinking. Wasn't that an Evangelion thing? Too? Evangelion? Maybe, I don't know. But that's like... what? There's some anime where someone stops thinking. Someone... Oh, it's JoJo. Yeah, there's a character in JoJo that, like, gets sent off into space, and they're like, and eventually he stopped thinking. It's very different shows. Yeah, so I don't think you would stop thinking if you were just in a situation like this forever. I don't think you would. I think that I personally,
Stanley,
someone who is
go
already
back.
insane
There's
to
nothing
begin
good
with,
that can come from this.
would
No, what are you doing, Stan? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
what if you run out of things to think about? I don't think you can.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
I feel so
Yes.
guilty.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
I feel bad because I think I would stay in that place forever. Like, feeling the way I
No,
feel now, like,
perhaps not.
I could handle living forever with no stimulation outside of, like, some lights, you know?
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
I
You were
feel so
literally willing
guilty
to
because
kill
I
yourself
do
to
want to
keep me
stay
from
in there. I
being
love it.
Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Oh no. Did you notice what just happened? Oh.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
I feel...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Right,
missed a
the
memo.
narrator was happy in that world. The narrator was happy. You know what? I see this, and man, I want to get something like that. Some cheesy gift like that from my girlfriend. I want to get her... I just want to get her, like, all kinds of presents and stuff, and just love her so much. Yeah, I do want another ending. Let's, try to go past 4 hours.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors...
Remember how, like,
he had...
10 minutes ago? What telephone? Did it ring every time?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
So is the wife real or not? Oh, it's not? I knew she was real. How? You can't jump. Does that phone ring every time, or did it just happen to happen this time? Can you look up what the chances of it happening are? I don't even know how I would look that up. That's one of those things that, like, AI could find really easily. I don't know how to do this. Oh, this one here. Heckin' LAI. My good friend LAI. My robot that resembles me. And she gave me a bunch of video game recommendations. Isn't that great? Oh, yeah. You know, I was just about to go off on a rant about how my life is miserable. You know, and I've got a lot of good things going for me, but you know, my main good thing that I have going for me is like socially, right? I have a lot of I have a lot of friends that really care about me. I have a lot of family that really care about me, and I have the best girlfriend in the world, you know. And that all keeps me going. You know? But how do I climb out the window? What button do I push? Oh, what? It worked that time.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
What?
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps
we're doing the
you're
new
not.
stuff tomorrow.
In fact, I'm just going to say
Tomorrow
that
at
no one
4
who's listening
p.m.
to this
doing
is
all
lucky.
the new stuff.
Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Am I sick of this gag? What happens? Oh, is it? Well, we gotta figure it out then. I assume I should just restart, right? Oh, no.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Broom
meeting room.
closet.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I remember where the... I vaguely remember where the broom closet is.
When Stanley came
I
to a
don't
set of
remember
two
where the
open
broom
doors,
closet
he
is.
entered
Where
the
is it?
door on his left.
Didn't the narrator say at one point that that fern was gonna be really important?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find a... Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Alright. Do I just wait? The fern never comes up? That's
There was
great.
nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
Alright, let's try to
No reason to still be here.
get up and,
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
what does that mean?
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Oh, alright. Oh, no. My hearing just went out in one ear.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here,
You know,
right?
it's funny because
If
that
I'd said
happened yesterday
Stanley
too,
walked
but it
past
happened with
broom
the
closet,
other ear.
At least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story
I don't know, I think this is
whatsoever.
a story in
I
itself.
never would have thought to mention it.
You can tell I'm tired, can't you? I wanna
Maybe
keep
to you
doing the
this is
endings,
somehow
but-
its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my
XD.
favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
That's what you said! That's what the person in chat said. Oh,
Stanley
that's
was
great.
fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now.
Oh,
You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit,
That's
and were just
really
about
funny.
to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the
Took me
responsible thing is to
10
alert
years
someone
to
nearby
play this game.
so as to
Full
ensure that your body is
decade.
taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area
Your
and instruct
species?
another human to take
What
their
is
place,
the
making
narrator?
sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Is he done? Okay.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. The fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
XD. All right. What do we do? Cool.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The door is closed. Restart. Okay. Here's the thing, right?
How wonderful. Stanley
You
wasn't
know,
alone.
I haven't
Finally,
been doing so
this
well.
is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I haven't been doing well
No matter
today.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find
Hey,
a trace
new
of his
person that's here.
co-workers.
I got like a thing where the phone rang and it was Stanley's wife. Okay. Do you know how common that is?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the
The
meeting
true
room,
ending.
and Stanley knew it perfectly
Shouldn't I save
well.
that one for last?
Perhaps
Then
he
how
wanted to
many
stop
other
by
ones
the
do we
employee
have?
lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
How many? Okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I like the ending
Look,
where
Stanley,
you just
I
jump
think perhaps
off of
we've
this
gotten
and
off on the
die.
wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Where
To
is
put
the
your
phone?
work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow
That's
an incorrect
not what
course of
happened.
action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
What? Okay.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch.
Escape
I'm going
pod.
to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack.
What does that mean?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
I make an
Do you
awful
make
lot
more than 8?
8 choices.
Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just
What does that
remember
mean?
that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we
Sorry,
can't
I'm not
have you
talking
jumping off
very
the
much.
platform
I'm
and
getting
dying.
kinda tired.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh, I love reality. I am in reality. Your reality. Right? That's what we're all about.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly
What should I do?
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the
Yeah,
task.
your
Just
reality
follow
is
my lead and you'll be
great
fine.
song.
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What should I do? Ugh.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Sorry. Okay, what now? I can't make choices for myself. I'm not capable of it. I'm going left. Should I go left? I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to have to do it all again. I don't think you can. Oh.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that you... My
Everything is
story.
okay.
You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever.
Danger.
Reliving its
Danger
impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make it behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, okay.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Sorry I'm not talking
I'm quite sure
too much.
you'll be up to the task.
I'm tired
Just
and
follow
I'm
my
trying to
lead and
absorb
you'll
the
be
game,
fine.
you know.
All right. When
I
Stanley came
kinda
to a
wanna know
set
what
of
happens,
2 open
so.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
I like games where the text is, or like the dialogue
Yet there was
is
not a single person here
you know?
either.
Because then I
Feeling
can
a wave
read
of
it if I want
disbelief,
to, or
Stanley
like...
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What do I do? Where do I go? Here?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
I am the most
Surely behind this door lay
boss.
all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115.
Night Shark!
Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
How do I do that?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
That's not a game mechanic.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
He's a silent
Otherwise, we can't
protagonist.
get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
I see.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
what?
He entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
We can do that extra ending you guys were talking about tomorrow.
This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
I see. Well, I don't want to do that last ending right now because I don't want to end with the true ending for today. But I'm coming back tomorrow. So we'll see tomorrow. I really wanted to get this stream to 4 hours and we're so close, aren't we? But I'm really tired. Yeah, thanks. Do you want to come back tomorrow and watch me do the Ultra Deluxe stuff? I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure I'll be a lot more entertaining tomorrow. I've been having a rough night, so I'm kind of tired. We'll see about tomorrow, so hopefully I'll be a lot better. I'm really wondering if I should just talk for like 3.5 minutes. Just to, 4.5 minutes, I mean. Just to... Because here's the thing. I've had usually my streams are 4 hours long. And I've had 4 in a row now that, like, I couldn't get the full length. Which is it's a funny joke. Couldn't get the full length to get it. I think it's funny. Yeah, you get the joke. No, but I couldn't get to 4 hours. Closest I got was like 3 hours and 30 minutes, which is acceptable, but you know, most of the streams recently have been like 2 hours, which is not what I want. So I think it would just be satisfying to myself if I you know, finish this at like about 4 hours. It's meaningless, but to me it would matter. Hopefully we'll have fun tomorrow. I love it. You know, I was talking about what tier I would put every game in. I think this would be an A tier game. Which, remember, I was talking about I haven't played a S tier or A tier game in a while. I think this is A tier, though. Definitely not S tier, but of the games I played, I think this is like A minus, maybe, you know. Probably, if I wanted to do like plus and minus, it would be A minus. Okay. 2.5 minutes. You know, I always have stuff to say. If I don't have anything to say, you know there's something really wrong with me, because most of the time I'll never shut up. But, it's kind of interesting, because we've been almost at exactly 3 viewers pretty much the whole stream. Like, I keep looking up there, it's been hovering at 3 for, like, probably 3 hours out of the 4 hours. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down, but it's usually about 3. Which is low, but, you know, I've had worse. We were never at 1 today. At no point were we at 1, which is a problem I have had in the past, but it wasn't a problem today. Thank you. Even though I was a little, broken, you know, but we're just about done here. I'll go a little over 4 hours. I'll go like a minute over. Over. Pool. Root beer. Pool. Over. Over there. You know. Uber. How do other people say that? Uber. The E sound is kind of weird though. Well, because everyone says the oo in Uber like that. Oh, just about there. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Uber. Uber. It's not the normal sound. Normal is kind of a weird way to put it, but it's not the general American accent. I am over 4 hours now, so I'm gonna end at I'll end at 4 hours and 30 seconds, which means 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.